I don't think so. No offense, of course. I'm just not up for it. Sorry.
Oh, good.
The finest skooma? Oh, a snitch, huh? Can't be running any guards now, can I? Well, I think...
For my work. Bro, you're getting wrecked. I need to keep my stamina up, so I need to stay away from this one. No! Everyone! Teleport everyone! Help!
Well, that's taken care of.
I haven't seen you before, have I?
Oh, that's so funny, dude.
You picked a bad time to get fucked, friend.
Oh my god! Yo, it's XP. We are back with another live stream. We're doing some Skyrim today. I know this is very, very late, over like 3 hours late, but my internet, or my ISP, is going through maintenance right now. So, well, it seems to be more stable now. But if there's still a chance it might go down. But I wanted to try and stream as early as possible if I can, so we'll just roll with a ball for now. But it said that the maintenance will stop at about 6 o'clock, but I was just like, bruv, yeah, it's kind of long, bruh. But anyway, we're doing a new character, so I want to do a new build. I kind of did this. Oh, quickness. So let me just go ahead and disable. Where is it? I don't want to disable this. I think I'm going to put 25 there. I think that's fine. All of that is fine. What is it? Not seasonal. The fuck is it called? Sunhelm, that's the one. Oh, no, Sunhelm. Oh, I disabled it. Good. Exhaustion. Did I disable that? Yes. It was kind of annoying, if I'm honest. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Right. Did it say that we have some spells? We do. So we have Crackle. We have Ghost Walk. We have a dagger here. We're gonna have to be careful. I just remembered. Whereabouts are we? Ah, right. Raven Rock. Oh, we are in Solstheim, right? I'm gonna be honest. Let's travel to Skyrim, please. I don't think it's a good idea being there at this early stage with next to no gear. I don't think that's a great idea. But anyway, but yeah, today I said that I wanted to do Skyrim, a new character. So basically every week you start off with Skyrim on a new character, and then we end off with our other character, which is the one that which I built up for a while. So
talk to Captain Gallo.
I kind of wanted to do a different character this time. So I'm just trying to make it a bit more interesting. So I want to go with a light build this time. I think we went with heavy armor. But this time there's only a few skills that I want to level up. Where have I been? Didn't you read the Discord? My internet's having maintenance, so it was harder to stream like in the morning, because literally I was tuning into, I can't remember whose stream it was, and it just kept switching on, off, on, off, on, off, and I was just like, okay, this is going to be impossible to stream. So I left I think I went out shopping real quick this afternoon, and I left a couple of streams on, came back, and it seems to be fine.
They're bloody Justicars, and the Jarls in their pockets. The whole damn lot of them.
The Discord doesn't notify you anymore? Really? Shit. Do you know what? Discord does that for me sometimes as well. I've also noticed a lot more people have been getting hacked lately. But to be fair, okay.
Now that's how it takes care of that.
Yes?
May your road lead
The
you.
longer we travel the roads of Skyrim,
I welcome
the
you,
more
friend.
empty this land
How may I
seems.
serve you?
I hope that
May
you
the
will
sun
come
keep
to
you
do
warm,
business with
even
us
in this
again.
land of bitter cold.
Important deliveries to make. No time for chatting.
Alright. This is a dangerous route to take. I actually need to think really carefully. My idea right now is to try and get if we follow this road, we're gonna come up again. Oh, maybe. Oh no, because if I go the other way, how much money we got? We only got 5 septims to our name. We're probably better off staying around this area and just trying to. This is the time you'll start streams now. Pretty good time. Unfortunately not. But I mean, I'll have to look. I might change my times on the weekend, but I need to. I might do a poll for that. I might send out a poll after this stream. But that's a good question. I used to stream around this sort of time because I used to do like 1 in the morning, which was around, say, 7 to 8 o'clock, I can't remember exactly. And then I used to do that for maybe about 3-4 hours, and then I used to stop, take a break, do something else, and then I used to come back about this sort of time to start streaming. I will say though, especially in the UK, this sort of time's sort of the best in a way because everyone would have finished their school run. Though there's obviously some people that are still at work, so I mean it depends. Bro, I need a new chair, bro. But yeah, I mean for... Alright. Just gotta be careful that we don't run into any goblins, because we'll definitely die.
I'm on my way to Windhelm to join up with the Stormcloaks. Ulfric has the right of it.
Speaking of which, everyone wants me to join the Imperials.
Fancy seeing you.
Who are you, and what are you doing way out here?
Well, hello to you too, hon. Name's Darnet Lavin. My friends call me Darnie, but you can call me Dar. I'm a Merethic paleontologist, and I'm doing what I do. Dig for fossils.
Merethic what?
I'm a scientist, specialized in finding fossils. Some are pretty rare and impressive, and hold a nice price tag to the right buyer. And all of them tell a tale. I work for the Gwillem University in High Rock, and we're cataloging any fossils we can find from all over Tamriel.
For what purpose?
Well, hun, it gives us a better understanding of where we're going, and where we've been. Gives us some clues about our origins. And also shows where certain creatures originated from. Say someone claims that giant terror birds originated in elsewhere, for example. I go and dig around in Valenwood and find some much bigger, much older fossils of terror birds than the ones they found in elsewhere. Means they were wrong, and I get some notoriety. People pay me to dig around in another place, and the cycle continues.
Interesting.
Well, maybe not to the casual onlooker, but there's a whole academic community who get absolutely giddy over it.
Don't have any at the moment.
I've found quite a few around this area, in fact. In particular, around the sulfuric pools. I'm always looking for more specimens. So if you ever want to part with any, feel free to come see me. I also have a few extra pieces from time to time I might be willing to part with.
How hard is it to find good fossils?
It's pretty tedious work sometimes, especially with the bigger, more complete finds. You can get some fossils around ore or gem deposits, But the best place is at the fossil beds around this area. They're pretty damned productive. Plus,
Okay.
I've returned a couple weeks later to the same place and managed to find new things I missed the first time. The larger specimens are very rare and nearly impossible to come across sometimes, but if you really are interested, I might be able to help. If you put 5 common fossils in my fossil crate, you can get one of a more impressive quality. Collect up a few of those and stash 5 for an even better piece, and so on. I usually grade fossils in 4 major rarity groups. Most of the first couple of tiers of stuff are simple enough to come by, so long as you don't muck it up. The third is pretty rare, and the fourth are those ones damn near impossible to find. Save for once in a while, but the hunt goes on, as they say.
But why trade for more?
But why trade for more common fossils if you can get them that easily?
Research, dearie. Finding one means you know something existed.
What the
But if you
heck?
find
That's
more, you begin to understand them better. And that takes lots of fossils.
Well,
And lots of work. Great. Now, I want to be done for the day and have an ale.
okay, so you got a haircut? Oh, you wasn't in yesterday's stream, were you? But yes, I did get a haircut, bro. So a PC for Sims. Sims is free these days, so I mean, all she has to do is make an account and she's got Sims 4 for free. Sent. Oh yeah, I saw that. Your dude did you kind of dirty there, bruv. A frickin' Intel. My guy, you want a Ryzen PC. You don't want an Intel PC in my opinion. I'll tell you why. If you're spending money out, like especially on a 4090, in my honest opinion, now the 4090 is nice, but the Intel, bro, you either go for a Ryzen 7800X3D or a Ryzen 7 9800X3D. 7800 or the 9800, they're both really good CPUs. You was going to use that one GPU. The 4090 is a great graphics card, don't get me wrong. It's just the CPU, in my opinion. I don't like, to be fair, I don't really like Intel that much. Especially recently where the, you know, I just don't trust them. Personally, just because of that whole controversy with the CPUs dying off and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, you might not get any problems with that particular CPU now, but I would still say that it's not a great gaming CPU. If you want a great gaming CPU, AMD Ryzen is the best. I think how much is that one actually? Ryzen 7, yeah, Ryzen 7, 78. I'll put it down. Hold on. You can either go for the Ryzen 7 7800X 3D or Ryzen 7 9800X. Either one of those is good. Let's see how much that Intel. £400. I'd got, in my honest opinion, I mean, it's a wee bit cheaper, the 9800X3D, but the 7800X3D is where you can't go wrong. I can afford the... you could go for a 9070XT, but the 4090 is obviously better. In my honest opinion, the 4090 is obviously better. If you can get a 4090, I would probably, like, if you can literally afford the 4090, I'd go for that. 100%. Is the best? I would say it's the second best GPU in the world right now. Maybe third, but also the 4090 doesn't have a super. 4090 as it is just as good anyway. But aren't they hard to get? Depends where you go, but you might have to get it second hand. And overpriced. I don't know about overpriced at the minute. Let me have a look. I haven't even checked the market since. They're all out of stock. Yeah, best place to get them now is probably either eBuyer or Java or Jawa. It's Jawa, not eBuyer. eBay. eBay. AY. Well, let's have a look. 4090. How much is a 4090? I mean, that's kind of expensive. No, the 4090 is better than the 4080 Super. It's just that the 4080 Super is pretty good. I would probably say, if you can, either go for a 40 series card. I mean, even a 50 series isn't too bad, but it's just that if you want to play games with the old physics, I don't know. Unless there's mods that fixes it. I'm just trying to think. I mean, the 4080 Super is about 750 quid. That's not bad. And I would actually go as far as to say a 4080 Super, yeah, that's actually not that bad. £450. Or 4090 is cheaper than... No, I don't think it is. No. The 9070 XT would be cheaper, but just bear in mind that there's a reason why it's cheaper. It's because it's weaker, first and foremost, and I don't think... Hold on. If you could find a 4090 for that price, you'll be very, very lucky. It's still over a grand. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the 4090 is over a grand. It's the 4080 Super that's about 750. 9070 XT is almost £800 here. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. Let me have a look. 4080 Super. The 4080 Super, I'll bring this up on screen for a minute. Which brand? Because all brands are drastically different prices. No, you're right on that. You also have to be careful of like what brand you go for as well. So I know what you mean. This isn't too bad for the price. For a 4080 Super, And the thing is for a 40, the thing is about the 4080 as well, is that it performs from about 15 to 28% depending on the game. I'd never buy from eBay. They scam too much there. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. The other, let's see. Shall we go to Jawa? I think Jawa is also in America, right? Jawa. Let's have a look. Jawa, you might actually be able to get a good deal. Yes, I'm freaking human. I just clicked that, you fool. Are you kidding me? Jawa thinks I'm a freaking robot. I mean, it takes a few. And okay, so Nvidia and AMD are the main brands. Asus are the board partners. They're the ones that stick they're the ones that basically combine the GPU and do the overclocking and whatever. Nvidia just gives them the chips for them to put it on the board and do the cooling and everything like that. So a GeForce is just again is Nvidia's brand. Asus. Let me go through this actually. This site ain't let me through. So for example, with AMD's graphics cards, right? You got XFX, which is the board company, right? They're the ones that basically pack the GPUs, and they have different styles of GPUs. Asus is the same. They're basically, they get the chips from AMD, they stick them on the board, and then they basically overclock it, do whatever, and then they basically ship them out. Brand new. That's from their website, yeah. But I suppose the other thing, let me go on Amazon. I wouldn't necessarily trust Amazon. PC Part Picker is a good site too. PC Part Picker is a good place to start building your try building your PC, sorry. Oh my god, my words today. Let's see, 4090, yeah? Let's see, how much can we get for... That's a 5090. Fucking hate Amazon. Why is it showing me everything but the 4090? $2,000. What's the difference? Massive difference. I'll show you the difference. 4090 versus 9070 XT. Let me show you. The difference between them. The 4090 has 24 gigabytes of VRAM, which is... You could literally play many games on a 4090 at 4K. Because it's obviously faster, has more VRAM, and the ray tracing is superb on a 4090. The 4090 is literally... It's still slower than the 5090, but it's faster than the 5080. So let me so you can get 74 FPS in Cyberpunk at 4K Ultra compared to the 9070 XT 61 FPS. But like I said, they're two complete, like, Literally, the 4090 is top range, whereas the 9070 XT is more of a... It's technically mid-ranged in this generation, but it's higher end if we're going for overall. As silly as that might sound to some people, that's just how it is. They market the 9070 XT as like mid-range, but it's only mid-range for this generation. But if we're talking about the 40 series and the 50 series and the 30 series Nvidia GPUs, and we're talking about the AMD's previous generations, it's on the higher end. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, I'd say only go for the 4090 if you can afford it. Otherwise, you're still looking at maybe... You can either do one of two things. You can wait for the Super Series to come out, or you can just basically go with 9070 XT. I mean, like I said, the 9070 XT isn't too bad. It performs very well, as you can see here. This is on the, I think it's the Redux, but there's a reason why I've done the Redux version of Nolvus, because there's open cities. Oh! I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Now we might be alright. Yeah, I have the 9070 XT. Like I said, it's a really good card. The only problem that I have with it, in my opinion, is the fact that FSR4 is not fully... it's not fully released across the board between all the different games. So, in my opinion, if you want a graphics card that has... Oh my god. You want a graphics card that has got basically the most features? Yeah, I know there is. We're fine though. I'm kind of hoping that the cat goes over there so he can go... Can I sleep here, my friend? Wow. But yeah, so the 50 series, the only thing that the 50 series has over the 9070 XT, depending on what version of the 50 series you go for, but I'd still wait on that because the drivers aren't exactly great. If I got a PC, I would delete everything from my laptop and give that... It doesn't need much with Sims. That's true. You played Sims on there before? Bro, there's other games that you can get as well that are technically better. Which is, there's actually one coming. There's actually a Sims type game coming out very soon, actually. Let me go and find it. Paralives. She might enjoy Paralives. But she's not a gamer. Well, that's what I'm saying. Paralives, I don't think you need a strong PC for. Here, look, let me pull this up. I don't think you need a strong PC for this. I'm actually thinking about getting this game in 2 months anyway. Warframe, Cyberpunk, and Lorem. Oh, speaking of. Actually, I'll talk about that in a minute. What's that? This is called Paralive. So this is like Sims type, Sims-like game. It's a stylistic one. I call it stylized. Because it's low poly. It doesn't look bad for what it is. I mean, it looks pretty decent. It's not like Inzoi, where Inzoi is like... Now, if she wanted this, that's a different thing. He said she'd go halves with me on a PC too. Well, like I said, what I would say to you, dude, is... Let's have a look. PC pot picker. Like I said, if you've got the money, okay? Let's do this together, since technically speaking, I was late today, so I'm down for just chilling right now. Freaking everything is mashed up, bro. Let's have a look. Start your build. You wish you did. Well, it's alright. Let's go through what sort of PC you can get. Right, I would suggest getting this. You see, I am very biased. But the best CPU on the market is this one. The Ryzen 7 9800X3D. This is the best one on the market right now. That's only if you got the money. Also be careful with your credit card, Ness, because it's still a lot of money. And obviously there's interest on it. So just be careful, man. I wouldn't recommend it. But what I would say is buy the parts separately. Get them on a deal if you can. So let's choose a cooler. I wouldn't go with not. See, here's the other thing as well. They told. I'm sorry. Noctua is a great cooling system. I've just seen that. Noctua is a great cooling system. But I still wouldn't go with Intel. So what you want to do is, I would say go for the Arctic Freezer. Yeah, because look at that. This is the cooler that they told you to go for. And look how much that is. About £110. Go for the Arctic Freezer. It's £80 and that's cheaper. You said Intel is trash. In my opinion, Intel is trash. I just wouldn't go for it. Personally. There's some people out there that will be like, but Intel is really good. And I'm like, yeah, Intel was really good, but it's burning itself because they're making stupid mistakes. I don't trust them now. I went through the same phase with AMD. Like, I think with the A series was trash for AMD. But AMD went through they went through hell after the Athlon series. The Athlon series was one of the best for AMD. Up until the bulldoze, I think the bulldoze or whatever the frick it was. But now with the Ryzen series, they're good. Does motherboards have stereo outs for audio? Yeah, they do. This is something that we're probably gonna have to look into. I'm gonna be honest, like, Sakrin knows a lot about the motherboards. I don't. So what I'm gonna do... I've gone with MSI before. So I'm just gonna stick that in there. I've gone with MSI before. Don't just pick one out like I did. I would just look for... I would look for the motherboard that you really want. I would use my music interface to listen to audio. I hate headphones, only headphones for recording music. I have headphones because I can't use earphones. But also you won't have my sort of setup. So basically, the reason why I wear headphones, especially when streaming, number one, it doesn't come into the headphones through the actual speaker that... I mean, yeah, you could, like, sort the gate out and stuff, but that's annoying. When you stream, that's different. Yeah, but I wear these all the time, bro. Because I'm used to it. I don't have any audio out loud. But again, like, I can't wear earphones either. Through speakers. I prefer that as well. But I'm also kind of a private person. Anyway, do you need 64 gigabytes of RAM? Yay and nay. I mean, it depends. Yo, Richard, how's it going? Richard, yes. I mean, you kind of don't. There's plenty of people out there that don't need 64 gigabytes of RAM. I have 64 gigabytes of RAM because I don't just play games. Well, yes, I do stream. I do also have... I used to do quite a lot of game dev, so that's why I did 64 gigabytes. The more power the better, especially with a greedy, power-hungry game like Skyrim. I wouldn't say Skyrim is power-hungry. It is when you have bigger mod lists. Yeah, that's true. Greed, not deeds. I mean, again, it just depends. Like, if you're browsing while playing Skyrim, yeah, I suppose 64. It also depends on how fast the RAM is, because also, technically speaking, I would say if you was on DDR4, yeah, 64 gigabytes of RAM is probably what you're gonna need, but that's also because the RAM is not really that fast. VRAM needs to be 24. No, it doesn't need to be 24. Only needs to be 24 if you're on 4K. And I can attest to this because I'm on a 16 gigabyte GPU. It doesn't need to be 24. You only need 24 gigabytes of RAM if you're on 4K or for high-end graphical overhauls. No, you don't. I'm sorry. No, that's baloney. Absolute baloney. If I wanted to on Nolvus, I could go for the ultra high preset, but then I'd have to turn off open cities, which I'm all for. But if you're going for like open cities and everything else, actually 24 gigabytes is a bit too small for that. Especially if you're on like a 4K display. But again, the other thing as well is it depends on your display. It depends on your display. If you're on 1080p, what the fuck is 24 gigabytes gonna do for you, bro? That's gonna be way too overkill. 16 gigabytes is just enough for 1080p. I think that's it. You don't, like, again, you don't want to overcompensate. You just want you kind of just want to balance everything. But anyway, I'm trying to look for but yeah, again, it really depends on what you're going to go for. Let's just say we are going to go for 64. Well, I use Lorim NGVO, which has overhauled visuals. I've tried Invicta, I've tried multiple mod lists, and I didn't need 24 gigabytes of VRAM. Like I said, it's a whole load of hogwash unless you're going for 4K. And not everyone plays on 4K. The 4K market is at least roughly 10% of people that play games. Not many people are even on a 4K screen. Custom, yes, no. Not custom. Not custom. Not only do I attest to that, but also many other people who have weaker systems can also say the same. So that's not entirely true. Sometimes, again, unless you're going for 4K, 24 gigabytes is not what you need. Not all the time. But I mean, again, even at I'm just trying to think. We already know what kind of graphics card, so I'm gonna leave that out for a minute. How do we go back? Choose a case. I'm not gonna choose a case. You might want 1000. I would probably say to be quiet. I'm just gonna stick this in. Motherboard, operating system, we're just gonna leave them. But yeah, I'd say all of that. So how much is that coming to? About 1,000. That's about £1,000 just with all of that. And I mean, like I said, and it's CL30 memory as well. That's actually pretty good. I think all of that, if you could get all of that, then get the graphics card last, because again, the Super Series are going to be coming out, and I'm going to be sorry to say, but again, people keep saying about VRAM this, VRAM that, but the thing is, there's other parts of VRAM that, or other parts of a graphics card that you actually have to consider, because 24 gigabytes of VRAM is not really, because let's have a look, shall we? Here's another graphics card that has 24 gigabytes of VRAM. Right? Let's go on Tech Power Up. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, what's this? A 4080 surpasses it. Alright, all bear in mind by 1%. But guess what else passes it? A 5080 that has 16 gigabytes of VRAM. Both of these cards, the Super and the 5080, surpasses the 7900 XTX, and that has 24 gigabytes of VRAM. VRAM is not all that you should look for in a graphics card. I'm sorry, anyone else who's telling you that you should look for just the VRAM for a graphics card doesn't understand clearly. Because, bro, if a 5070 Ti is keeping up... You guys lost me? Alright. So, hold on. Oh yeah, we were talking about motherboards. Oh yeah, last bit on the last part on the VRAM side. So VRAM is basically. I'm pretty sure I told you what VRAM is, Nestor. I can't remember. But anyway, the 9070 XT can also bypass the 7900 XTX, depending on the graphics card that you use, and depending on the clock speed and all of that. You and plus, if you undervolt the 9070 XT, it can surpass the 7900 XTX. So there goes the VRAM debate outside of the window. Not always the case. So yeah, I think the whole motherboard thing. So like I said, Nestor, if you really want to go for a PC, I would honestly say look for the first parts first, like what I did here. So obviously the CPU, motherboard, the liquid cooler, like I said, you might as well go for the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3. I think that's a 361 as well. It's cheaper than the other cooler. I just want a PC that will work with everything I want to do. I honestly think that's still pretty good. Which isn't compared to the average PC for. Well, that's true. But like I said, I mean, there's two choices you can go for here, right? So you've either got the 7800X3D, or if you want a bit of a more powerful, beefier CPU, just go for the 9800X3D, and you'll be all good. And I'm gonna be honest, here's the other thing about Skyrim that no one else ever tells you. It's CPU based. It is literally CPU based. It is not it's not as GPU power hungry as people actually make out it is. Well, yes, it can still be GPU hungry. It takes more of the CPU. I'll be playing less than a handful of games, music stuff, Photoshop, simple. I'm gonna be honest, dude. This PC would still be pretty good. I mean, the 7800X3D is still good enough. It's technically, I mean, it was the best CPU for gaming until the 9800X3D came out. So I can just send you the list. Hold on. I can send you the list. The only thing to this list that you might need to add is the GPU, case, and all the other stuff. Does it give a price? It does, but I'm not too sure if it will say it in. I don't know if it will come up with the price on from where you are. That makes sense. But I'm pretty sure you can basically add to it. But to be fair, they did give you a decent. Yeah, they did give you a decent. Don't know why they told you about the SSD. Just get a second M2. Literally get. Why did they tell you to? Oh, dude, oh, I didn't even read that, bro. Do you know what, Nestor? Like I said, I don't know if you should be doing that, like selling parts. Like I said, you just what I would do is budget, because this is what I used to do, right? Is I used to be like, okay, so how much money do I get? How much money can I set aside? And what I would do is save up for maybe the motherboard and the case first. What was it? Yeah, so what you could do is you could save up for the, say, the motherboard and the case first, and then just do it in parts. Don't forget, we're also coming up to Black Friday as well, or Cyber Monday. That will be in November, right? So that's probably another good time. Even though technically speaking, they're kind of the same price, but they just put the price up, and then when it comes down to the Cyber Monday, then they put the price down. But still, you're gonna get a better. You'll technically get a better offer Cyber Monday and all of that. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, I actually had to look at that thing again. Why would you recommend someone 250 gigabytes of SSD for the SSD? My guess is to put Windows on that one. Yeah, I still no, don't do that to yourself. That's bad. 250 gigabytes. That is bad, bro. I have two SSDs, M2 SSDs, just the M2. I do have a hard drive, but that's for like the hard file. That's for like videos and all the other stuff. Don't worry about the hard drive. You don't necessarily need a hard drive because it's kind of out. Like, I would say get a hard drive if you need like to put some files somewhere. But other than that, I wouldn't necessarily bother with a hard drive. I would just get two SSDs, M2 SSDs, two 2 terabyte ones. I don't think you're gonna need any more than that. You might. And you just organize your stuff that way. You'd want a hard drive. Like I said, you technically don't need it. You technically don't need a hard drive. The only time that you actually need a hard drive is if, like I said, I mean, even then, I would still want an M2 SSD. Hard drive for music. I would still use an M2 SSD for that. It's just quicker to move files everywhere. The M2 can do that. I would say if you get a motherboard that has like 3 or 4 slots for an M2 SSD, just get 3. Use one of the M2 SSDs for the recording. It'll be quicker anyway to transfer items. The hard drive takes a lot. Well, it takes a little bit of a longer time, and if you still want a hard drive, just get a Western Digital Black, I think it is. I think that's the one that I got. And it's still pretty fast, but it's not as fast as an M2 SSD. Disk drive? No. Why would a motherboard come with a disk drive? It would be the PC case. There won't be a disk drive anyway. You'll need to buy that separately. Just buy a USB disk drive. Does the same thing. Just give me 1 second, be right back. Oh, my room smells of freaking McDonald's, bro. Oh, you have a USB disk drive? Yeah, if you already have that, don't worry about it. You don't need it. most PCs, most PCs will look like this. No disk drive. That's most cases. They're built like this now because obviously you got all the parts in here. Then you got the big mother frickin' 9070 XT. I've got to clean my case. I hope that camera showed it properly. What about audio connections? Yeah, it's got all of that. 100%. The motherboards always come with an aux connections at the back. For obvious reasons. Pardon me. Also, are there RCA cables? I don't know what that is. That might be a bit too old school. What I would also say to you, Nestor. Oh my god, I've got to pause this again. Apologies. You might be looking for a DisplayPort cable. DisplayPort cables are the best at the moment. And you get stereo inputs. Well, personally, I just plug mine in through the top of the. Wait, hold on. No, I don't. I think mine's USB. Mine's USB. So yeah, if you want stereo, there's auxiliary ports at the back. There's all types of different connections at the back. I don't know how many different types of connections there are, but there's quite a few. But if you want, let me see if I can explain this to you. Right, so if I go on overclockers real quick. So nowadays, less and less people use HDMI. Interface would be USB then. I do my interface for a USB. I use the Focusrite. You can do that as well if you really want to. Let me have a look. Alright, so if we go to gaming, not PCs, I need monitors, components maybe. Monitors, that right in front of me. OLED. So I'm curious. You have the 8-channel one? Hey! So, I'm going to try and explain this the best way I know I can. So, what I would say to you, Nestor, is if you get a monitor, use the DisplayPort cable. I think it comes with one. Use the cable that it comes with, which is, like I said, most likely a DisplayPort, because DisplayPorts are better for if, for example, the hertz are over, I think it's... What's the most HDMI can output? I think it's like 180 hertz maybe, depending on the version of the HDMI cable. The DisplayPort cable, however, can do 360 hertz and probably more. But yeah, DisplayPort cables are literally the same. It's kind of similar to the HDMI. It's just that it will display the hertz. It displays more hertz than the HDMI. That's the difference between the DisplayPort and HDMI cables. That's the best way I can put it that way. Someone else might be able to say the exact like differences, but the differences that I know of is the hertz. So, and someone that actually went from like 60 hertz all the way to 144 hertz, there's a massive difference. Like this is like on this monitor here, like the movements are just so much smoother than if I was to use 60 hertz. I really do hope that I explained that well enough. All of this I've still been trying to like learn and stuff, so because I mean again, like it's only been recently that I've been you want your PC to be blacked out, so you don't want any lights in the PC. I know I've got some RGB lights in there. Hey, what do you mean none of that rainbow color crap? Whoa. I could change the colors of them, but I just let it be. I think I'm gonna die because I'm nowhere near like a. This is the worst idea I've ever had. There's a bandit champ. No, 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 no. Everyone's got a goddamn. Well, not everyone. I've got it because I have. It's to give me some form of light. It's to give me some form of light. I know my keyboard is also RGB, but there's a reason. Because when I'm in the dark, I need to see what I'm typing. But to be fair, I just wanted a freaking backlit keyboard, not the freaking colored one, which again I can change. Maybe I should actually change it. Do you know what? I might actually do that. The f. What the f? What is that a cat?
How can I assist?
What the hell have you been eating?
May your road lead you to warm sands.
You are tall.
Bandits harass the caravans at every step, but Khajiit
It's
usually
Kajo.
scare them off.
Dude, that Khajiit has been eating people, bruv.
Khajiit is
He's
ready
tall
for
as
any
fuck.
troublemakers. I hope that you will come to do business with us again.
He's tall as fuck, boy. But yeah, this might be a crash. Oh, that's not gonna be good because I didn't save it. It's fine. We'll go back. We'll go back. But yeah, like I said, the thing is, like, my advice, especially for new people to do like PC builds, is you know, you should look really and truthfully, right? Like I said with that link that I sent you, a 7800X3D and or a 9800X3D, whichever you can afford. They're just the CPUs that I recommend because you can basically play. Well, it's not just the CPUs that do that. The GPU So this is something that I actually forgot to ask. So depending on what you can afford, Nestor, are you gonna go with a 1080p screen, a 2K monitor, or a 4K monitor? Because that dictates what kind of GPU you want and what kind of frames are you looking for. Because I know Richard said about 24 gigabytes, but 24 gigabytes of VRAM on a 1440p monitor is a bit... That's high end. What's 2K? That's what I'm playing at. 4K is what it is the most demanding. So you're thinking about going to 4K. I'm gonna be honest. The reason why I'm sticking with 2K is because at the moment, to get in my opinion, 2K is the best of both worlds. Number one, it actually you've got a more balanced GPU/CPU thing. 4K only if I went with 4090, right? Problem there. And this is what no one ever talks about. Because everyone's like, oh my god, 4K this, 4K that. It depends on the games that you go with, okay? So I know you said about Warframe and Skyrim. What's the other one? Well, you might... I don't know if Where Winds Meet is going to be your thing, but you could probably definitely play that on that PC. Let me have a look. Warframe is your type of game, so let's have a look at the benchmark real quick. Warframe 9070 XT 4K. Fucking Christ. Does he have the pins down here? He does. Does he do Warframe? Sorry if I can't see it. Oh my god, there's loads of tests here. Right, Cyberpunk. Let's have a look at Cyberpunk. So on a 9070 XT, you're probably playing at around, say, 80 FPS. You probably get... Okay, so if you go with his build, the 9800X3D, does he specify... Oh, wait, hold on. Is this the ray tracing version? Let's see if he does the... I think he does do the ray tracing version. Alright, let me forget about that real quick. Here's the Warframe. I'm just going to put Warframe on for a minute, and then I'm going to go and look for the ray tracing version. Oh, fuck. Okay, so as you can see there, 98 frames per second at 4K. But you get way more frames on a 1440p screen. And I'm going to be completely honest. I would no, the game didn't. The game crashed earlier, yeah, but I'll come back to that in a minute. So here, so 1440p, and this is what I'm going to say. Warframe is online. And I would probably say 2K, which is what 1440p is probably one of the best experiences. I mean, you could still go for the 1080p, But it depends. So, okay, let me put it this way. Unless you're doing esports, which is what a lot of esports players do, is they'll buy a 1080p screen that has a higher refresh rate, which is the hertz that I was speaking about, right? Where you can get like a monitor that does over 360 hertz or whatever. I'm going to be completely honest. I would say go for the 1440p. Xbox, okay, here's the thing. Xbox Series X and PlayStation 5 can do 4K gaming. However, it is upscaled. I can't really, I'm going to be honest as well, it's the same thing for every other. Even if you go to PC gaming, you are still going to be upscaling, regardless of how good your specs are, because unfortunately games are just not that optimized. They are optimized around upscaling nowadays. You have to buy a TV capable. Here's the thing about TVs. This is why I said monitor. I would just go for a monitor because the monitor gives it's better because you can get more hertz on a monitor. A TV, most TVs these days are locked to 60 hertz. Monitors are, I mean, they can have up to, I think it's like, it could go over 360 hertz. But with a TV, I think for it to do that, you're looking at a really expensive TV. Monitors just basically cheaper. Forget this one. This is OLED. But yeah, as you can see here, I mean, it can still put, like, the 9070 XT can still pull off more than 60 frames in Warframe. So that's actually pretty good. Let me just have a look. Wait, Dragon Age the Velgard has ray tracing? No shot, bro. Alright, here's ray tracing for Cyberpunk. We have enough at home, that's fair. So this is ray tracing. You know what, that's still not that bad. Wait, I want to see something. He's got frame gen off. Bro. This might be a... No, dude. 90 FPS at 4K is freaking amazing, bro. Bro, barely any games do over 60 FPS at 4K. But look at that, like 120 FPS, and I mean, you're only losing 20 FPS roughly when you're going up to 1440p. Like, the average here says 55, but why is it hitting like 90s? Oh, it depends on where you go as well. So he's not really in like the most. This is 9070 XT. It's actually not too bad. I don't know how I would have to adjust the settings in game. It's just in the settings. The thing is, like, I rarely have to adjust my settings on a 9070 XT. I think the only thing that's holding back my graphics card is my CPU. But I'm on the AM4 platform, so my RAM isn't really up to speed compared to like. And this is why you can't really. compare the 9800X3D with like a 5800X3D, because the problem with it is the RAM is a lot slow on the AM4 platform. It's a lot quicker with the, because I mean 6000 megahertz compared to like 3000. That's like 2 times the speed. That's 2 times the speed of what I've got going, bro. But yeah, I mean, I know it says the average here is 55, but I think it drops down to 55 every now and again. But as you can see here, the frame time, about average 87. This guy doesn't even do the average properly. It says right here, the average frame rate is 87. Minimum is 60. That's not even an average. The average is worked out over here. Anyway, 63 is minimum. 1%, 0.1% lows is 65. That's even this is all messed up. That doesn't make sense. How is the 0.1% more than the more than the minimum? Maybe it's not that messed up. Or is that the hold on. Alright, that's weird. Across the board. Anyway. It's still not bad. I mean, again, you can still get over 60 FPS on Warframe. What was the other game that you said about? I can't remember. Sims, fuck Sims. I'm not checking out the benchmark for that shit. But obviously, that's not what you're going to be playing. I can't remember. What other game was it that you said? Oh, Lorem, Skyrim. With a 4090? Well, that's easy. Bro, you're going to end up getting more frames. You know that, right? My camera's going to be in the way for that one. That's a 4070 get out. Right, this is with an Intel. I don't really like Intel. You play that with me? Hey, yo. Right, let's have a look. Right, what games are we looking for? Cyberpunk. Let's have a look. Cyberpunk, yeah? That's not looking good. There? How the My guy, how are you getting lower frames than a 9070 XT? I mean, I'm guessing this is like 2 years ago. How are you This guy is not optimized his PC well. I can't use that one. He was getting 40 frames on 4K. Jesus Christ. We could actually... I might actually send you that link as well. Because that Daniel Owens is really good. Oh, for fuck. Why is it so hard? Okay, 4090 4K. Let's see if anyone's actually done a load of benchmarks.
Hello, guys.
This guy is usually the best for this. Black Myth Wukong, let's not do that one. Right, let's have a look at Cyberpunk.
Let's do this.
This is 2.2.
Well. Look at how gorgeous Cyberpunk still looks to this day. Obviously, it has had a ton of updates over the years, and it has fixed...
It would probably perform a bit better than this, because this is 2.2.
a lot of stuff as well. but it's
He is
still
also in the worst place you can ever be to test this game. Dog City. When you go to Hold on, Dog City? Dogtown. Dog City. What the fuck am I on? Anyway, Dogtown is the worst. Should be called Dog Shit. Dog Shit Town. There we go. Dog Shit Town.
Absolutely amazing looking title. If you compare this to like
Yeah, I
a
know.
title, I think this looks better actually. Now,
Night
this
City,
is extremely intensive
Dogtown.
over here, as you can see, it's dropping into the 50s. So it's beautiful, but it is very, very demanding indeed. But
It's only demanding in this area. That's what he should have said. J. Adam's turning over in his grave right now. Well, I
need to keep in mind that
it's because I got confused between I got mixed between Night City and Dogtown.
Right here is actually the most intensive little place in the entire game. So goodbye, Bob. But anyway,
Oh, he said it anyway.
For that native resolution experience with the RTX 4090, I'm so sorry, sir. Oh God, why would you do this?
Oh, that's also native. That's native 4K, so that's pretty good. Why is it worse? It's just the performance. I don't know. I don't know why Dogtown is so like heavy on on PCs. There's something in the area. I'm still trying to find out where it is. I don't know if it is to do with the NPCs. I don't think that's the case, because even when I've had it at low density, I don't know what it is. I can't tell you. Like,
oh boy.
I'd have to run an analysis profile or something.
Will also run a little bit better than this in Dogtown area. Overall, it's a very enjoyable experience, I feel, here in Cyberpunk. However, I would probably...
He's also got ray tracing off.
Like quality here at 4K resolution. And here with DLSS quality, what are you guys doing?
There you go, 80 frames.
You can see it's getting 80s, 70s sometimes, dropping into the 70s here in this roundabout. Once again, I'm not going to kill Bob this time around. I think he's dead still, right? He should be, at least. Although he's a demon and he's always resurrected.
But yeah, at 4K, the 4090 will definitely still perform. It's just that, obviously, the 1%... There's just something in this area that is really, really, like, dropping the frames.
See? Yeah, there he is. Anyway, guys, 80 FPS is much, much better than 60 FPS for that stability. You know, this way, you know that it won't drop from 60 FPS ever while you're playing the game. And since the implementation of DLSS...
Yeah, anyway. That's Cyberpunk. Let me see if he does, fuck Starfield. Does he do Warframe? He doesn't do Warframe. Alan Wake, I'm gonna be honest, this game is so overhyped. I mean, the story might be good, but like they overhyped the graphics.
But we're not utilizing max settings because ray tracing is turned off. And well, this is 4K native on Ultra, and it gets...
This is what I mean.
frames per second, as you can see.
It's around. See, this is why I don't like 4K. The problem with 4K gaming is that a lot of games perform around the 50 FPS mark. Let me have a look at Horizon Forbidden West.
To the maximum, aside from
but I know it's in like native.
We're getting 80 frames per second for...
Okay, that one's actually pretty well optimized. And to be fair, the Horizon games are usually very well optimized. Black Myth Wukong, here we go.
Card in the market if you want to play.
There you go. 4K gaming, guys. On a 4090, the second best graphics card in the world, dropping to 40 frames. This is why I do not play at 4K. It's ridiculous. I'd rather like to see over 60 frames. It's preferable because it looks smoother. The problem when it's at like 40 FPS, it's meant to be 2K. Wait, what do you mean?
That at 4K native
Oh,
or
you mean
cinematic
it's...
settings, you know.
It doesn't mean that the 4090 is meant to be at 2K. It's just that a lot of games aren't optimized for 4K. I don't know why that is. This sounds absolutely stupid, but not every game is optimized for 4K. It's just... I mean, you can get it to over about maybe 60 FPS if you do like DLSS or whatever, which helps. But
And
4K
it
is
shows
just not a
right
great
here,
experience in my
Horizon
opinion.
Forbidden West, amazing looking title,
That's weird.
maybe not as
It
realistic as
it
this
is.
one in terms of
This is
its
what I mean by
looks
it's
and
very
lighting and
weird.
so on, but it's a beautiful one.
Like the only way to like play 4K is by turning on DLSS, and then if you want it to match the frames of your monitor, you have to hope that DLSS brings it down enough, brings up the frames enough for you to use frame gen, and then even then, it's not gonna reach. Depending on the game, sometimes it won't reach the target FPS.
Full of detail, and this, just because it's UE5, it's so much more intensive, and it makes us drop into the 40s sometimes. Kind of crazy.
And this
Now,
game
you could
stutters
try,
as
for example,
well.
running this on very high settings instead of cinematic to achieve a little bit higher FPS, but it still would drop from 60. Okay, I tried it. So what I'm gonna do instead to keep all of those visuals set to the maximum is set the DLSS to 67%, which is quality DLSS. So I'm
There
just
you
gonna
go.
apply that, still not using frame gen, and let's check it out now.
And he's not even got
Instead of
ray
getting
tracing on.
50s and low 50s around here.
That's the insane thing. This is a 4090. Performed better. Not on Black Myth Wukong. I'll probably get another. We can look at another benchmark. Even a 9070 XT doesn't really perform that well on this. But like I said, it doesn't matter what card you get because it still has all of these problems anyway. So that's why when you look at, for example, a 5090, it still has problems like this, and a 5090 performs better than a 9070 XT, obviously.
We're
But
now up into the 70s. This looks pretty
this
much
is why I
like
said
native
VRAM
resolution
doesn't
as well.
always
I'm
mean
glad they now allow you to
anything.
adjust the sharpening effect in this game. That's
It
very
helps.
welcome, you know, because it was super over
The speed also
previously.
helps.
Now I have it set to
But
2
it's
or 3
when-
actually, and it looks really, really good at 4K. And yeah, aside from the stutters that you get.
And again, I don't want to blame just Unreal Engine 5 because it's not Unreal Engine 5. It's also the developers that don't understand. They need to first optimize for lower end systems and then work their way up instead of doing it backwards.
Traversal stutters in UE5 games, which is what we're seeing here, dropping our 1% lows, it is actually a pretty smooth experience in terms of average FPS. It won't really drop from 60 frames per second anymore, which feels really good, okay? I'd recommend...
But yeah, for 4K, I mean, it just means that you don't have to, like... If you use a 4090 or a 5090, switch on DLSS. You don't really need frame gen, but it's there to help with fixing the frames to the hertz of the monitor. Anyway, forget about frame gen because in my opinion, it's good, but only for high refresh rate monitors. Anyway, let's have a look. What other game have we got here? God of War, fuck that one. Fuck Starfield. Fuck Marvel Rivals, that's another fucking FPS. Ghost of Tsushima, I mean... He has some decent things here. Alright, let's have a look at Red Dead.
Of course, mostly because of like Lumen and ray tracing. And that...
Nearly 100 FPS. I'm gonna be honest, either the 9070 XT or the 4080 Super. Both cards are great. The reason why I'm gonna recommend a 4080 Super is for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's a really good card if you can get it. Number two, DLSS is more. DLSS 4 is used across the board throughout more games than FSR 4. FSR 4 is going to come in at some point. Yo, Sakrin, how's it going? Nvidia show. Hey, leave me alone, yeah. Nvidia, the 4090, the people behind the 4090 cards. Just remember, the best way to remember this, Nestor, is Nvidia makes the 4090, AMD makes the 9070 XT, AMD Radeon, Nvidia GeForce. FSR 4 is on par for performance with DLSS 4. That's true. It's just not. It's just used in a lot less games than DLSS 4. But it's on par, yes. Near enough. With the 4080 Super? Yeah, like I said, so you've only got... Technically, you've got 3 companies that do GPUs, right? So you got Intel, AMD, Nvidia. Then you got the board partners. The board partners are Asus, XFX, PowerColor. I'm just trying to think who else. Zotac, MSI. That's another one. They're board partners, right? They're the ones that you look for to buy the different graphics cards, right? So the different graphics cards. So MSI in my opinion is one of the most trustworthy ones that I've used before. Some people will say otherwise. I've bought graphics cards from Zotac. Zotac is pretty good in my opinion. Asus, I can't recommend Asus. Asus, I mean, I've got an ROG motherboard that's Asus, but when it comes to like GPUs, I don't know, man. The 4080 Super is 2K? Wait, really? MSI trustworthy, they do make good products. Well, like I said, I can only talk from my experience having an MSI, like... Well, my brother is still using the 2070 Super MSI graphics card upstairs. So, I don't... Actually, hold on. Or is that Zotac? No, I'm pretty sure that's MSI. Pretty sure it's MSI. And that's been there for ages. So let me have a look. So the 40... I found the 4080 Super, but then again, it's on eBay. Hey, Sakrin, that's not my fault, okay? I'm just saying, like, from what I bought, okay? So, I mean, there's one here. 1700. Let me see if I can get on Java again. Java is supposed to be a better place. For fuck's sake, please, just go through. There's something wrong with Java. I can't get on it. Oh, $1,000? This says otherwise. £750. You mean a 9070 XT, not the 4090. That's new or used? I think this is probably used. Yeah, it's used. $9070 XT are around 800. Yeah. Like I said, do you know what I would say, Nestor? I think, for you personally, maybe go for like 2K gaming. I mean, you're going to get the best of both worlds anyway. And like I said, 4K gaming, it's even for the new graphics cards, like, the only games that really run very well on 4K gaming is games like Red Dead Redemption here. Hogwarts, I don't think this is going to run that well.
And frame generation, which is on over here. Okay, I lost it. And well, we're starting here in Hogsmeade, which is a very CPU intensive area in the game, so it's actually CPU bound at the moment. I'm gonna start counting the FPS. This is UE4, by the way, and
oh, it's Unreal Engine 4.
It stutters quite a bit. Magic, some magic happened there with that lady. Anyway.
But yeah, I think 2K gaming, you're gonna get a better experience, in my opinion. 9070 XT is a vastly better purchase. Yeah, do you know, like I said, the reason why I was saying about 4080 Super is because, technically speaking, if you can get it for a similar price to a 9070 XT, that would be a better purchase. But obviously, if it's too much, then yeah, 9070 XT is still pretty good. Let me have a look. What's the 5070 Ti is going for right now? I'm not saying to do this either, but just curious. I'm also gonna say stay away from Nvidia GPUs for the moment anyway, because apparently the newest update has taken away performance. So I would say just steer clear from that for now. Probably, yeah. Someone was like, "Oh, they're going for cheaper." Yeah, but also the drivers. Like, I was watching J2Cents video, and they went down, and the performance went down. So I don't know, what motherboard would I get with? Sakrin's here, so he can tell you the best motherboard to get. Problem is like I said, this is why I said, don't buy all the parts all in one go. Buy them separately at separate times. Try and get like decent deals on them if you can, and that's the best way to purchase it. That way you don't need to sell everything, and you can just, I don't know, like I don't really know your position, but the best thing that I can suggest is just do it slowly. The AM6 platform is also coming out soon, but I wouldn't recommend going straight on that platform, because as always, as with most things, or as with most new things, they can break. So it's best to let the whales buy the stuff first and see the reviews afterwards. So I wouldn't rush to AM6 anyway, because I think the AM5 platform is going to last for years. I think the AM5 is going to be literally the AM4 platform, if that makes sense. The AM4 platform is really good. But yeah, no, I wouldn't buy frickin' 5070 Ti GPUs. The 9070 XT is literally the best thing you can buy right now. You don't know what that is? What, the 50? Hold on. Holy shit, what was I even... How do I forget what I was talking... Let's talk about the 5070 Ti. That's what I was on before. I'm just checking the prices of the 9070 XT real quick. Oh, the motherboard, hold on. Right, so motherboards. Right, so what you're looking for is the AM5 platform. That's what that is. That goes with the Ryzen 7 7800X3D or the 9800X 3D. It depends on what you can afford. That's what I was talking about. Jesus Christ. I'm not entirely sure what motherboard to go for. So apparently the B850 is the newest stuff, but it's quite expensive. I mean, this one doesn't look too bad, but I mean, again, it depends on what you're going for. Let's see, how many M2 SSDs can you have in this one? Dual BIOS, I don't know what that fucking means. I would still say this one isn't too bad. Personally, Gigabyte isn't a bad brand. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've had Gigabyte before. Oh, it's got 3 M2 slots. That's actually pretty good. Still not too bad. Sakharin is probably going to correct me here and be like, that is the worst motherboard you can ever buy. Ice. Okay. That's about the same price. This one anyway. That's an ATX. AM5 platform. Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, it's a 650. I mean, to be fair. Ooh. B750M. Yeah, but why would you go for the B? Hold on. They don't have B7. They don't even have a B850. They've only got this one and this one. And isn't that a mini? Let me have a look. B850. Plus, Nesta wants it all blacked out. Let me have a look at this one. Yeah, that's a mini. I usually don't go for minis. That's not bad. Asus. Well, I'll have a look at that in just a minute. That's got 4 M2 slots. That's still not a bad price, but let's have a look. Asus tough, yeah. What's Sakharin saying? Oh, he's just recommending me motherboards right now. Which you're gonna see here now anyway. This one. I mean, again, I don't go for minis. I go for the bigger ones. I don't know how many is this. That one's got 3. It's not bad. Oh no, you got a mini. I just don't buy mini. I just don't buy minis because you got a bitch in case. Yeah. I go for either normal ATX or EATX, which just means extra Nesta. It just means it's bigger. The difference between mini, or should I say micro, I think there's actually, how many different ones are there? I think there's mini, micro, normal, and then extra. The difference is how big the motherboard is. That's the biggest difference. But anyway, so this one has 3 M2 SSDs. Deep cool. Yeah, I will in just a sec. Yeah, this one isn't too bad. It also comes with a Wi-Fi, but I would recommend using Ethernet. Ethernet any day, bruv. But we deal with ATX standards. You know what I mean. You know pretty much a lot more than me, Sakrin, especially when it comes to motherboards. Oh, is that even gonna work? Yeah, it should do. Alright, I sent you the link, Nestor, to that one. I would say that one is probably... This one's a good one as well, because it also... Like, if you do decide to get the 7000 series, you can, at some point, upgrade to, like, the 9800X 3D if you wanted to. So you could just buy the 7800X 3D for the time being and just go with that. Alright, let me type this one in real quick. That's the best price to performance board from Asus. Yeah, it's not too bad. Might get it myself. I don't usually like Asus though. Deep cool. What the fuck is this, bro? Is it a, are you going for a air cooler, Sakrin? I've already told him the best one to go for is the Arctic Freezer. I still think this, like, it depends on how much room you got. Oh yeah, you prefer a completely blacked out one. There you go. There's one. Full water. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if Nestor is gonna want to go full water, because I don't know what he's like with best and cheapest. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I can't do water cooling, man. You're going full water? Yeah, I couldn't do that, dude. I'd be like... Okay, so Nestor, so there's 3 types of coolers, and I'm just gonna say 3 types just for you, so that is much easier to explain. You got the air cooler, which is what I've got, which is... You probably can't see it that well because of all the frickin' lights. This thing here, this is the air cooler, and it just sits on top of the CPU. However, the all-in-one that I'm recommending is it will have the pump on top of... I think that's the pump. On top of the cooler, on top of the CPU, sorry. And then the cooler sits at the top of your PC. Disco, nice. I'm not even going to explain why I got it like that, but yeah, anyway. Wait a minute! I have only just noticed this. My lights are on at the front of the PC, what the hell? They were off before. Frickin' Windows. Anyway. And then the final one, which is a full water cooler, is basically you have loads of tubes go into another pump, and it's basically it's like a custom water loop. I can't really explain it that well because I hate dealing with it. I would hate dealing with it. I did it in the PC building simulator. Do you know what? I feel like I should have been playing PC Building Simulator just for Nestor instead of Skyrim today. I know this is still a Skyrim stream, by the way. The pump is the same, like the one is in the heating system's just smaller. But it is confusing for me. Okay, I'm trying to explain it the best I can. Well, I don't really like dealing with it because it's complicated for my head. Sakura knows more about this. But if I was to do a full water cooling system or a custom one, I'd send it straight to Sakura. But to be fair, you don't really need a custom water loop if you're just going to be playing games and you're not really bothered about overclocking, underclocking, or undervolting or whatever. You don't really need to worry about any of that. But I would recommend getting this anyway, which is something that I've been tempted to go with. I think when this air cooler goes, I'm probably going to slap one of these on it instead of that freaking cooler. D5 pumps are literally made for heating systems in the house. They just made them smaller. I don't want my house heated. My guy. That's the worst thing I want. Or if you mean like to cool the house down. Okay, yeah, I could be down with that. I need to get an actual cooling system for this room. It's not when it's the fucking... but then again, it's saying that it's not too bad. It's just my PC that tends to overheat my room. Anyway, you want air cooled? Liquid cooling is for engines. Nah, dude, you want this. When you've got like a 7800X3D, just get an all-in-one. It's okay, because it's... You are not on Intel. You can't make a room heater of your PC. I kinda did. This summer I did, 100%. That's why my PC was kind of overheating every now. Well, not quite. It was also overheating because that big massive GPU. Bro, I made an actual heater because I got this. I forget as well that the AMD GPUs tend to get hot as well, but the GPU flex. It's not even a flex. I don't want a heated room, bro. Bro, if in some cases I wish I stuck with my 4070, but it's all good, man. It's only because the heat. Other than that, like, other than that is pretty fine. But yeah, like I said, just go with the air cooler. Just go with the AIO. It's literally a water-cooled system that does all this. You don't need to worry about any of the, you know, custom water thingy. You just slap that in, and it does a really good job. You know his next purchase? AC. Oh yeah. I wish I got to put a hole in my room just for that. UK houses are not built for ACs. I really don't know why. But yeah, anyway, so apart from that, I think the RAM... Wait, let me just see. Did I send that one to you? Yeah, I did. Yeah, Nestor, go for the motherboard and the cooler I just sent you. They're good. They're good for the 7800X3D and the 9800X3D. They're both just as good as each other. You have the stupid regulation about ACs. I need to look into it. I don't actually know the regulations about it. It's just that the only time you ever see an AC in the UK is when you're going into like Tesco or one of the bigger supermarkets. That's where you'll find the ACs. There's actually some shops that don't even have them, which is funny as hell. But yeah. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh no! I don't know how to get the fuck out of this menu. What was the thingy called? There are some places in Europe that have of the older buildings. Oh, I didn't even know about that. I think some houses, they are technically fine. Alright, let me go. You fucking out your mind. There we go. Petersburg. Oh, right, yeah. So if... Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's in this country where that's a thing. I mean, it might be. You buy like a freaking castle or some stupid bullshit. Oh! Oxford might be a thing. The Oxford building might be a thing.
But it's worth a try.
But to be fair, a lot of those old buildings, they don't really need ACs because... Oh. Fucking annoying. There we go. But yeah, anyway, hopefully Nestor, I hope all of that has kind of answered what you needed answered. I hope that answers all your questions, sorry. Jesus Christ. My English is not good today, man. I just feel like... Oh no, I feel like words today are just not my,
I haven't seen you before. Let me make this clear. I make sure no harm befalls the library.
Overboard,
You
I've
so
sent it to you
much
in your
as lift a
DMs.
finger with ill intent. I'll do you in such a way that oblivion might as well be ethereous to your rotting carcass. Understood? If it's a warm welcome you're looking for, you've come to the wrong hold. Nothing personal, sirrah. Every other day, some stubborn Nord comes walking in, claiming these books must be burned, for they hold demonic secrets. Can't say they're entirely wrong about that. Doesn't give them the right to burn them, though.
What can you tell me about Winterhold?
Bit of a dump these days since the Great Collapse. Actually, now that I think of it, it was quite a dump back then, too. Albeit a more intact one. There was a lot of bad history between Dunmer and Nords in this city. Most of my kind were purged from Winterhold long ago. I'm one of the few that remain. But I guess there aren't many Nords left either these days. One thing left that's worth a damn in this city is the college. Sure looks impressive. I've never set foot there, though I always wanted to. The only people remaining in Winterhold are those too stubborn to leave. I was born and raised in this city. I won't allow others to bully me into submission.
Yeah, this guy's actually a good voice actor. Quite surprised. Quite surprised at that, to be honest. There's a certain vibe that he gives off as well. Ooh, going down to Windhelm might be a bit tough. Alright, let's do a save here since we're now... I thought you said Asus wasn't good. For graphics cards, no. The Asus motherboard that you got there is something that Skyrim recommended. You're gonna freeze to death? No, because guess what? I don't play with survival mode on. Fuck that. But yeah, I don't rate Asus for their GPUs. But that Sapphire GPU that you said about, the Sapphire Pulse, was it? I think the Sapphire Pulse is actually a pretty good graphics card. Wait, the Sapphire doesn't come with any match motherboards? What do you mean, like the 4090? Oh, you're talking about the bundle. Asus is just overpriced. They are good, but bloody, do they charge the hefty premium for the name? Yeah, though they're, like I said, I still don't rate their GPUs that much. Their GPUs aren't as good. But I know what you're saying, Sakrin. There was one Asus motherboard that I was just like, yeah, I'm definitely not getting. Like MSI brands. MSI tends to overcharge as well, yeah. With Nvidia. Yeah, I think MSI actually stopped doing AMD cards. They're now, I think they're fully Nvidia. Evgar? Oh, what an old name that is, bruv. I heard their GPUs used to be really good. Didn't they get taken over by another company? I forget which. Which Ryzen 7 is the best? Mother f... Oh, they just shut down the GPU and motherboard division? I didn't even pay attention to my my HP there. Which Ryzen 7 is the best? So, okay, the 9800X3D is the best Ryzen 7 CPU that you can get on the market right now. And the thing is, I mean, I know you're doing music, so some people will be like, oh, maybe you should go for a Ryzen 9 9900X3D because of the production stuff. You don't need to go that far. I am on a 5800X3D and I could do music perfectly fine, as well as video editing and everything like that. I think personally a 9800X3D will be just as good. You will be fine with that. with that setup. What the fuck is happening? Ah, what the fuck is that over there?
Fear not. Come dragon or giant, we'll be ready.
Evgar and Galax, if you have the opportunity to get their GPUs, get Galax especially, get it. Is it expensive? So the Ryzen CPU that well, let's go and have a look. I can't remember exactly. Let's take a look, shall we? So Ryzen. Right, let me do 2 tabs. I've got quite a few tabs open, but it's fine. I've got 64 gigabytes of RAM. I can do this. There you go. About £400. And there's this one. It's about £50 cheaper. If you can get this, or this one, I mean, it does matter. This one will up your performance, obviously, by a lot more. But you don't necessarily, like, you're going to be, if you're going to be playing on the 1440p that I'm basically doing, either one works. They're still both as good as each other. I think Sacrum could tell you that as well. I mean, shit, if I'm playing on a 1440p monitor with a 5800X3D and a 9070XT, I think you're going to be fine. The next gen Zen is going to be on this 800 series motherboards. I thought they were doing an AM6 platform. Sony 800X3D and 9800X3D are like 5 to 10% in games. Yeah. About power supply, I think I sent you a link as well for the thingy. I think I sent you. I think that it had the Be Quiet one for 1000 watts. Hold on. You'll have to let me know if the thingy one works. There is another. There is something else that you can do for this one, but I need to figure out. The difference is bigger in production tasks, but not overwhelmingly. Well, yeah. So I mean, Nesta does music, but like I said, if I'm doing music on a 5800X3D, either one is gonna work anyway. If I can do it, he can do it better. Especially with that. But yeah, I would say get either one. It kind of wouldn't make much of a difference. I think the thing that's going to make the difference is the 9070 XT. You'll be able to play a lot of not intensive on the CPU too much. That depends, Sakrin. You know why? I only know this because I tested this out. If you're running Reaper, at least for me, and you have tons and tons and tons of VSTs, it can be really, really, really sensitive on a CPU. You can actually send your CPU into like 50 to 60% if you have way too many VSTs open at all at one time. It's just digitizing recordings. I wouldn't be doing much else. Nah, you're fine. I'm just saying, so I use VSTs. But, like, if you... I tested this out. So if you have, like, for example, multiple guitars with, like, tons of VSTs, yeah, you can... I wouldn't say you mess up your CPU that way. You'd be able to run it perfectly fine. But you'll never use VSTs. It's not just VSTs, it's also, for example, if you have this stuff. This can be overwhelming for certain systems. Like, for example, I whacked on this one. I think reverb. I love the reverb of this. How to get my free Reaper from laptop. You just download it. It's always free. What's that stuff? So these are like Pro Tools sort of thing. So it's like you're basically... It's a way of mixing digital equalizers. Yeah. Call it that. These are just... It's another way of doing EQing, or if you're... I mean, again, if you want to add reverb, I wouldn't necessarily say this is an EQ, but yeah. With some secret way. Ew. Well, I'll be buying the thing, so I don't... Like, for me, it doesn't really make much of a difference. I'm only gonna buy it because I'll be selling my, stuff. But, yeah. But yeah, other than that, so what I did in the past is I had, the VST amp, my guitar, then I think I had this one, and then I usually don't like using compressors. Some people use compressors, but like I just can't. I don't know. Am I snacking on a Big Mac? I shouldn't really be eating fucking McDonald's because it fucks my stomach, but you don't use none of this type of stuff. This stuff is for mastering, really. Mixing and mastering. It's a lot better than it, well, in some cases it's actually a lot more. Listen, yeah, it was on offer. I do have a freaking, I forgot what it's called. Actually, I got it for free. I got it for free, Nesta. I love it, bro. But yeah, your PC would be able to, like, if you're doing mixing and stuff, mastering, those are the tools that I usually use. Bro, I was gonna get a kebab. I want to get a kebab actually at some point. You pay someone else to do that? I learnt it from my friends, so that's why like my mixes are a bit different. See, why pay someone when I can do it myself? Alright, it's not... Where was my stuff? McDonald's and stuff, you want to ban it? The thing is with McDonald's, yeah, I don't usually go for McDonald's. Like, this is a one-off for me. I don't really like it. But it was just there. I got it for free. They hardly charge me anyway. I wouldn't call myself a professional. I just do it, you know what I mean? I like to mix. I don't really do much mastering these days though. Never set foot in one and never will. Don't blame you. So the reason why I do it is because I like learning about it. Plus, I mean, I'm the only one working on my songs, so I kind of have to. Does a brand of monitor matter or not? Yes and no.
Well met, traveler. I am Kadojo, a monk making the pilgrimage to the shrine of Azura.
Not every day I meet a Daedric monk.
Then today will be no different than any other. For while I recognize Azura's place in the pantheon of the divines, the Daedra hold no particular favor in the doctrine I follow. Some may see the line between Aedra and Daedra as a means of separation, when the divide itself is the true nature of our existence. It is in the eye of the storm that one finds balance, and with balance comes the flourishing of life.
I agree, Sakrin.
Explain this doctrine of yours.
I follow the path of balance through opposition. The Aedra and Daedra are the embodiment of this mantra. It is a common misconception that these balancing forces are the spirit of good and evil, a reductive and flawed interpretation. The Aedra are the agents of stasis and order. The Daedra are the essence of change and chaos, for chaos itself cannot be an agent of anything. When the two are in balance, time progresses at its natural flow. The world changes as it stays the same. Although in truth, it is not for us to attach labels to the creators. If mortals cannot divine the nature of themselves, it is quite presumptuous to try the same with the gods.
Yeah, I would have said Sakrin. He knows more about monitors than I do, but usually for me, if I go for a monitor brand, I mean, it depends on the specs of the monitor. MSI does some good ones. There's Samsung, but it just depends.
May you be.
Oh my god. Skyrim was voted the best game of the century so far. So, oh, really? In your country? That's actually interesting, actually. Oh, I could agree with that, to be fair. I think, to be honest, when this game came out, I think this was the game of the decade. You're not into photos, video editing. Even if you're into video editing, monitor brands don't really matter much when it comes to video editing. Like, unless you're, I mean, again, like, you would have to be one of those type of people that, you would have to be one of those types of people that, oh, there's somewhat, oh, right, okay, I get it. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, that's actually quite interesting you saying that, Sakrin. Wait, where the fuck did I die? Anything under 300 would be best. Find AOC section and go there. Yeah, I would recommend getting an IPS personally, especially if it's under 300. IPS monitors are actually pretty good. I am not going over there. How about that one? Well, I was just following the path and there's a freaking that's fine. Let's go into town. Charge a bit of a premium. Yeah, that's something that I found with like OLED monitors. Because at some point I am going to be getting an OLED monitor, but not right now. I kind of want to focus on getting the next PC, if I can. I want to like save up enough money. If I can save up enough money for my gaming PC so that I can stream to you guys, that'll be a pretty good one. LED monitor. No, it's an OLED, but OLED monitors are like the new and expensive stuff. Drogar? Oh hell no, I'm gone, bro. Find another PC4. Alright, let me explain. So the idea is to keep this PC currently, the one that I'm streaming from, a streaming PC, right? The actual PC that I want to build is going to be the gaming PC, so that, number one, if I play a game and the game crashes, it's less likely to crash my system, or at least crash the stream. But if the other thing as well is it gives you guys the best possible experience, as well as myself, when watching the actual game itself, because how would you be doing that? So there's usually like a capture card that I can use to go from, sounds like a waste of money. Not really, because like I said, so I can use a capture card to go from this PC to the other PC. The other thing as well is it's back up. 27-inch. It's not quite that. I mean, it's. I'm not even gonna be able to show you. Obviously, it's freaking hard to show you from a freaking webcam. That's tiny ass motherfucker. Anyway, it's about the width of my PC. Would you be using the same monitor? Oh, like, I'd actually be using the same monitor for my other PC. See, I don't even have 32 inches. Like, well, for me, 32 would be a bit too big. I can't fit anything bigger than a 27 on my desk. Oh, I think I died around here. Pretty sure I died around here. Grand Whistling Mine. It's not even showing me whereabouts I died, bro. Waste of money. Yeah, I get that, man. Like I said, like what I know. For me, buying another gaming PC might seem insane, but to be fair, I've been wanting to like move to the AM5 platform for a while, but the thing that has kind of held me back is having to basically fork out money for my brother's gift, which was the other PC. I think I should have gone on the AM5 platform then. Consoles are cool if you're a minor. Oh, well, I think consoles are fine if you're not looking for a great gaming experience. Like, if you're looking for a limited, like, gaming experience, and you don't really care about, like... If you don't really care about, like... a great experience... if you don't care about a great experience, consoles are fine. And you don't really want to mess around with PCs a lot, which I get, there's some people like that. But then you could just buy a pre-made PC. But the other issue with consoles is they're so limited and they gatekeep games from people. Yeah, they are limited, and there is this gatekeeping thing at the moment, but at some point it's gonna become like you're gonna find Xbox Game Pass on the Sony consoles, and you're gonna see the PlayStation Store stuff on the Xbox stuff. It's gonna get to a point where that's gonna be a thing, but all consoles should be able to run all games. They should only compete with their specs, and that's it. I agree. I think that's what's gonna happen now. Apart from Nintendo, but fuck Nintendo. Anyway, Sakrin, you remind me of my teacher, bruv. You remind me of my IT teacher. Everyone was going, "Are you gonna get the next console? You gonna get a PS4 in it, bruv?" And then he was just like, "Does it come with a mouse and keyboard?" And they went, "No." He was just like, "That's your answer then." I was just like, bro, I was in my chair, busting out laughing. I'm like, dude, this is the coolest teacher ever, bro. Hate using a stupid laptop that never has battery. I'm gonna be honest, that's laptops for you, man. So I'm just trying to look for the Smith, because I've got some things I need to. I forget where the smithy is. It's not here, is it? They've changed this town so much. Nope. If anyone knows where the smithy is, let me... I don't even know if anyone's gonna know, actually, because they've changed this... They've changed Winterhold so much. Is it round the back? Maybe. But yeah, I used to actually game from a laptop, and I used to try and make games from a laptop. And God forbid to need to fly somewhere with a laptop. They treat it like a bomb. Wow, the thing is, I mean, you're technically the kind of right? You set something wrong with that, good luck.
Elves don't belong at the library.
I'm not an elf. Oh, that guy. Burner's ordnance. Yeah, bro, I don't know where this fucking smithy is, man.
Never should have come here.
Who the... So the questionable people don't go boom. You'd have to buy Cyberpunk again to play on PC. Unfortunately, yes. Unless... I don't know if you can get it from your Xbox library. You might actually be able to get away with that. But the problem with that as well is modding it is kind of harder. Modding games on Xbox Game Pass or anything like that, or through the Xbox store, is a little bit harder. That's the only issue with that. I bought it for cheap Black Friday deal. I would say, if you do buy Cyberpunk again just for the mods, would I transfer my Xbox library to PC? You technically don't need to. You just basically sign in with your Xbox Microsoft account, which would be your what the
Hey, yeah, you. Yeah, I see you.
Go away. Nasty, bro. Yeah, I can't see. I have no idea where the smithy is. I feel stupid. Is there really no smithy in frickin' Winterhold? Or am I tripping? Or are they like... Or is there like another town section that I'm missing? What type of Windows are we on now? Windows 11? Yep. Windows 11. You're probably going to want to stay on Windows for a while anyway. How much is it to get? You can go on one of the key sites and get it cheap. By the way, you're going to want to get a Windows key anyway. Sakrin, if you know a good website, send it through the Discord. Two. Okay. I think we can do that. Got to boot up and hope everything works. That's basically the idea of it, yeah. You're probably going to be nervous on your first go, and that's normal. I was nervous, very, very nervous on my first build. But once you kind of get used to it and you kind of fiddled with everything, it's pretty much like Lego, bro. I know Sakharin's gonna be like, oh dude, it's just building, but like, you know, it's quite easy. Yeah. Is it a blue screen that pops up? Not always. You might end up getting a black screen. But like I said, don't worry about any of that. There's tons of tutorials. You might need a tutorial for your PC, your case, sorry, to see how everything fits. But there should be instructions on how to do everything. Like your case has instructions, your motherboard has instructions, your GPU should have instructions, CPU should have instructions, the AIO should have instructions. All that should be there for you, mate. I don't really read instructions. I'm just gonna FaceTime you for you to tell me what to do. Oh, dude. And I'll be there just like trying to flick through like videos and just try to send them to you. Trying to explain it. Because sometimes I'm pretty bad at explaining. So like the first thing that I usually do is motherboard. Line up the CPU. The CPU should be a lot easier now. But yeah, you line up the CPU, put the thing down on the CPU, make sure the whatever, undo the things around it, then you stick the cooler on the CPU. Before you stick the cooler on the CPU, make sure, number one, if it says, pardon me, check to make sure if it says pre-applied thermal paste, number one. So if it's got pre-applied thermal paste, it should be fine. Some people go, I just take pre-applied thermal paste is fine. I've used it and it was fine for many years. Until I decided to take it out. But yeah, if it doesn't have that, then you just put thermal paste on it and then you plonk it in or you screw it in and it should be fine. CPU has notches so you can't screw it up and it has pointers to align. Yeah. The only thing is I've never dealt with a Ryzen. I haven't dealt with the AM5 platform stuff, so that one might be a tad different, but it's not too different.
I'm sorry, could you describe the smell?
Like some horrible monster was turned inside out and then exploded. What did you do?
It was a minor miscalculation. I've already corrected it for future experiments.
This is why people have a problem with your college, Nelligar. Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. I think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
The same as the AM4 platform. Yeah, but don't the AM5 platform have the pins already in the slot? I thought they changed that. I thought they changed it from the pins being on the CPU to it being on the board this time.
But it has a very rich history. What's your business here in Winterhold?
Just passing through.
Stay clear of that college, if you know what's good for you. Nothing but foul deeds behind those walls.
Does not have a this goes here. It does not have a this goes here sign by the big triangle. Yeah. No, I figured it. I figured it had the Let me see if I can sell some of these bits, cause Some of these we don't actually need. M5 has no pins, the motherboard has them. Just drop it in slowly and you'll be fine. Gotcha. Motherboard 2? Yeah, that's exactly why I sent them to you, Nestor. It's actually a better design, if a bit fiddly. Well, that's why you lock it in place. They'll work fine. Yeah, the motherboard and that cooler will work perfectly with whatever CPU that you decide to go with, dude. How does the motherboard Wi-Fi work? You just basically screw it into the back and then... yeah, it should just work. However, make sure you get the drivers. You might want to... use the Ethernet first. It depends on how your internet is all hooked up. So I'm trying to find the frickin' stupid guy to take me. Of course it does. Well, you gotta tell it to first. I gotta find a stupid frickin'... what's this? Some has integrated stuff, some have a small card that you need to install. Yeah, he's got the one that I sent him, the one that you told me about, Skyrim. That one's got the antenna at... well, it's got that... it's similar to this. Let me move that back. It's similar to this one. You should just basically stick at the... well, I just stick at the top of my PC. The thing is, I think it's Wi-Fi 6, that's the newest one, and I think that's what is on that motherboard. I'm gonna be honest, if you're looking for the best connection, it is going to be the Ethernet. The Ethernet has a far more superior connection. Depending on how good your cable is. So I'm still... bro, they've... how am I supposed to get to any city from here, bro? Trapped for eternity. Alright, let me see. Who's this guy? God.
Or to believe I ever complained about Riften being cold.
Maybe he turns up at certain points. Let me see if someone can give me directions.
Another quiet day.
Winterhold may not look impressive, but it has a very rich history.
Luckily it was my neighbor, it would...
Until next time.
Ass. What? He connected to your Wi-Fi?
I'm telling you, I heard it. Howling. Those werewolf tales are true.
I have no idea what I'm looking for. At least when it... Bro, they've changed this place so much that I don't even know. Bro, how am I supposed to get out of this place, bro? I just want a carriage. Can I not get a carriage, please? That's all I bloody want. Don't have a password for my Wi-Fi still. Sakrin, get the password on that thing. Jeez. What the f... I'll crack a bit of Sakrin goes, but it's easier to get into my Wi-Fi that way. I'm joking. I hear spiffy noises. Finally found it. So far away from civilization I am. Fair enough.
Iron or steel is what you need. I've got no interest in magic users. Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
How am I supposed to obtain that? Literally never locked the door of my house for as... Can't do that in the UK, my friend. But... I get it, Sakrin. You know what?
Not bad. Reminds me when I first started.
Hey, watch it.
You watch it. But you're asking who might come to your house? It could be a good old Nestor. Nestor might go to your house. Nestor might be like, you know what, I want to go to Sakrin's place for a couple of beers, mate. We're all raiding Sakrin's house tonight. No, I'm joking.
Are you feeling sick?
No,
Until
but your
next
mum
time.
is. Oh. I think they misplayed. I think they. It looks like they haven't really added the what do you call it? Well, my aunt in the city got a junkie rummaging through her entrance. Jesus Christ. That's insane. Here is in the middle, is in the house in the middle. End up capping some pigs. Oh my god.
Why's that?
Alright, next. Alright, we are not going to be messing with the Draugr on frickin' horse. Bro, they got Draugr on horseback, bro. What's capping some pigs mean? Oh, I don't think Sakharin's gonna like the answer to that one. I have a feeling Sakharin is not gonna like the answer to that one. I'm gonna try and make it to Whiterun without getting killed. Run. Oh, I got you, Nestor. Hypothetically speaking. Oh, for heaven's sake. Bro, if they start... Bro, if they start coming down, I'm gonna be... fucked. Run! 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 Run, 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 run. Run! We're going to Windhelm. Fuck it. Go, 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 go. He's on horseback. Yeah, I could deal with wolves. Yeah, I was gonna say, Sakharin would have been trained in Naxi's, he's from the army. Not in desert environments though. Oh, I reckon you could back then. I reckon you could. Wait, hold on. Wait, Nestor, did you say that you've been in the army as well? Hey. Didn't know that one. But now I was saying Skyrim. That Queen's trained. Why the fuck? Just not by military, by... Oh, right, I get what you... I thought you were in the military. I couldn't remember if you were or not. Angus Mill. From young age. Yeah. That sounds about right. Get that goat. I'm making points. Nah, do you know what Nestor was doing? Nestor was beating up wolves and wrestling bears at the age of 3. He could take down a full adult bear at the age of 10. He ended up choking one choke slamming one through the table. Now I'm joking.
Come along, no more stops. We need to find our way to solitude.
That'd be so funny. That'd be so cool if someone was able to do that. Lived in what? In a, what's it called? Thing the Americans. Are you talking about one of the canopies? I can't. Wait, hold on. What do you mean the things that Americans do to Indians? Right, that's got me confused, bruv.
You come here where you're not wanted.
Oh wow!
You eat our food, you pollute our
I was
city with
expecting
your
a
stink,
loading
and you
screen.
refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
But we haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Maybe we'll pay you a visit tonight, little spy. We got ways of finding out what you really are.
No, you don't.
Oh. Do you hate the Dark Elves? Are you here to bully us and tell us to leave?
No, I don't hate your people.
You've come to the wrong city, then. Windhelm's a haven of prejudice and narrow thinking, unworthy of one such as you.
Reservation. Oh, yeah, yep.
Looked like those Nords were giving you trouble.
Nothing new there. Most of the Nords living in Windhelm don't care much for us, but Rolf is the worst by far. He likes to get drunk and walk around the Grey Quarter yelling insults at us in the small hours of the morning. Oh, a real charmer, that one.
Why would anyone think you're a spy?
Some of these Nords will come up with any excuse to despise us. And it isn't just the Dark Elves they hate. They make a target of the Argonians as well. In fact, just about anyone who isn't a Nord is fair game for their bullying. Until next time.
You a Dark Elf lover? Get out of our city, you filthy piece of trash.
I don't like your attitude.
Don't like it? Too bad. This is our city. Ours! Don't think I can take you? 100 septum sec and punch you back where you came from.
You're on.
I said 100 gold. Damn broke elves and damn broke elf lovers. Get out of my face.
Get out of my face. Fine, I'll be back with 100 gold and I'll whoop your ass.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out. Look alive, will you?
You want a drink?
Nope. I just don't have enough money to spend on a rum. And govern ourselves, regular sheriffs and police and government don't have a say on reservations, but in projects.
Hear my prayers in the Vakatosh, and grant peace to these departed souls.
Damn faithless idiots.
You might want mighty arcade, god of mortals.
Fucked up situation.
Hear now the prayers of your humble servant. Bless these departed souls and welcome them into the realms beyond.
You can say that again. Yeah, sorry. Oh, I don't know what kind of
Don't take this the wrong way, but you look a little sickly.
So does your mum.
Everyone says Yorland Greymane is the best smith in Skyrim. I plan to change a few minds about that. Whether it's armor you need or a new blade, come see me.
Right, let me go on.
Be careful. Hear my prayers, and grant peace.
Where is... Oh wait, I think I know where it is. The normal... They didn't even change that. Well, I'm actually glad they don't have like... I'm glad they didn't change this massively, because that would probably be annoying, and it would probably be hard to run at the same time.
What everyone is saying. That Aventus Artino is doing the Black Sacrament, trying to summon the Dark Brotherhood. Fine, then I'll invite him out to play. He lives right there. I'm going to knock on his door.
No, child. Wait! That house.
You're a war hero, Brunwolf. Ulfric will listen to you.
It's not that simple. Ulfric wants Skyrim for the Nords. He doesn't trust what he calls outsiders.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler if you have any questions. My friend died. Things won't be the same without him.
What have you got for sale?
Take a look.
I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Did he say his best friend died?
Do come again.
Remote from Big C's. Yeah, it's getting darker here, by the way. What Sakharin said there is a good mindset to have. Can't afford it yet. But I know stuff is very tough right now. Just like I can't afford to move yet myself either. The thing is as well, I don't know if I want to move.
Time to find a new path, I suppose.
Imperial dogs. There is nothing that's too low for them.
Need a ride?
I'd like to hire your carriage.
Where do you want to go?
Whiterun.
Climb and back and we'll be off.
Sweet.
Never been to Whiterun before? The Jarl's Palace is something to see.
Home is where the heart is.
Dragon Search, they call it. Big old dragon skull hanging on the wall.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I would live out in the countryside, not in the UK anyway. I mean, it depends on how good the internet is. But in the UK, the countryside is the worst for internet. So I wouldn't be able to stream as I am now. But my area's not too bad. I've got the shops down the road.
By Izmir, it's true. A jester, funny suit and all.
Like, it's like, what, maybe a 5-10 minute walk to the shops and back. Quite close to everything that I need. My area's not great, but... oh well. Good one, made me laugh. Bro, I'm telling you, in the UK, yeah, if you go to the countryside, the internet is trash,
but we must have more swords for the Imperial
and I need
soldiers.
to make sure my internet is impeccable, bro. Because the problem is how am I going to stream to you guys?
They say Helgen got hit
Bro,
by a dragon.
if I'm streaming to you guys at like 5 megabits, with a 5 megabits upload speed, I might as well not stream at all, bruv.
Someone's been pilfering
Your
crops
family's
from
honor
my
is
farm.
important to you, but we can't afford it.
One of your
It took me
kin?
weeks to find that thieves dead.
Culprit rot in prison.
Can't get the sword on my own.
I'm surprised.
Treat yourself and your kin.
It's
to
a
choice
wildlife
cut of steak
refuge
or a
for
tender rack of
animals
ribs.
owned by a white. I don't think it's owned by. Well, I mean, nowadays I don't think it's owned by just white people nowadays. I mean, don't forget you got another freaking arsehole that's technically that'll be close enough for me. Yeah, for me personally, like to be able to do the stuff that I'm doing, I just gotta have good enough internet. I don't know if I would ever move. I would only move like if I was making enough money from YouTube. Because I've actually got, well, the thing that I've got to think of now is technically my mum. So wherever my mum goes, I would most likely have to go as well because I'm looking after my mum. Now the people who own it don't allow people to go there unless you are visiting, and you have to pay to get in and for parking. Well, I wouldn't know about the park rangers. I don't really know many of them people. What? Yeah, I'm gonna be real, like, I'm trying to... Can you pull out your weapons? Oh, dude. My character's pissing me off. Alright, it looks like it looks like we're going for martial arts now. Yeah, by the way, Sacrum, we got fishing permits here. You have to have a fishing license to go fishing. Unless you have a pond in the back garden and you kind of, like, yeah. Bro, I'm still thinking about getting a fish tank, bro. I kinda don't want that, like, responsibility right now. Fishing license? Yes. You have to pay about £100 a year or something like that. I can't remember. Or is it 60? Something like that. So the fishing license allows you to fish on a canal, lakes. You know, the lakes you still have to pay to get in. Otherwise, what will happen is you'll end up getting a bailiff coming towards you and they'll say, do you have a fishing license? You say no, they'll fine you on the spot for it. Yeah. where the animals are sacred. In the UK, the only thing that there's a few things that are sacred, but like swans are sacred. You're not actually allowed to hunt them. You're not even allowed to eat them. Apparently, only the queen, when she was alive, was allowed to eat the swans. Apparently, don't ask. Pigs are sacred for me, Alex. I love pig. What's messed up, Saccharin? To be honest, like, I understand sort of if there's like an endangered species and stuff, but like, I don't know. Even then, it's like, just like what George Carlin says, the animals that were here today will be gone tomorrow, and that's despite whatever us humans do. So without us intervening, they're still dying and becoming extinct on a daily basis. But technically new species get discovered just the front to keep us from getting our land. Yeah, it's like a legal thing. If you can prove it, though, if you can prove that's not the case, I'm pretty sure. He hid behind a rock and didn't think about it. He hid behind the rock and think I could get him. You stupid wolf. Let me hide. No. It's a whole thing. My people have been fighting against these rules and people for over 500 years. I do have to be honest, like, I don't want to get too political about it, but yeah, it's like a whole, like, it's a stupid, like, it's the same thing with the Brits and the Irish. That's why, like, in Ireland, you have, like, Northern Ireland and then you have Southern Ireland. Southern Ireland, or whatever. Anyway, Northern Ireland's, I don't think it's as bad as it was, like, years ago, but, yeah. I'm sure they tell you guys lies. I'm gonna be honest, Nestor, it's most likely similar to the Irish, and and that's why they hate the Brits, bro. I think Scotland is the same as well. It happened kind of differently though, so I kind of understand. I kind of sort of understand the situation. It sucks though. I think that's why, like, Ireland is like, yeah, our knowledge is limited though. Yeah, the Irish always have our backs. Well, that's because they know how it feels, bro. In political situations, bro. I still remember. I shouldn't really talk. I'm not gonna talk too much about this because it's still. It's technically a conspiracy. It's technically conspiracies or whatever. But like back in the day, right? People used to say a lot of stuff about the IRA, and I'm not trying to be funny, but like, if I remember correctly, now I could be wrong, the IRA were made because of the whole situation with with England and Ireland. That's from what I understand. And again, like, I understand why they were so annoyed by the Brits. Didn't the British make Gaelic language illegal? They might have done at a time, but not anymore. But yeah, there was a whole conspiracy of like the London bombings being blamed on the IRA, and I don't even know if the IRA did, like, 2020? Why would they ban Gaelic language? Let me have a look. Are you sure? Nah, it was many, many years ago. That was like in Northern Ireland. Now that's a bit different. So Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland, they don't get along because Southern Ireland is technically. This is a bit like political, but it's kind of sort of how it went, right? So when the Brits invaded Ireland, obviously they took over the northern part of Ireland. That's why Northern Ireland is technically British. Southern Ireland is that's Ireland's own like part. That's literally anything that governs Northern Ireland is basically their own. They're kind of like run by like the Prime Minister. As for Southern Ireland, I've actually got it in fucking caps here. Hold on. Let me just type it in. It was repealed. No, they did not ban Gaelic in 2022. In fact, the opposite occurred. The Irish language, which is a form of Gaelic, gained official status in Northern Ireland in 2022. So basically, it's the identity and language. So it was actually officially granted the status of having its own like language. So they didn't actually ban it. It was actually it just means it just gained official status. The legislation was also repealed in 1737, which had previously been banned the use of Irish in courts. But again, like that's because of the whole like the repeal of this ban was a key component of the 2022 Act. What? In 2025, they tried to repeal the ban. So the year 2022 was the year of recognition and advancement for the Irish language, not a year of prohibition. This is all fucking legal fucking jargon, bruv. So yeah, it wasn't actually like banned, but it was just more of like a recognition, I guess. So the repeal, what the fuck does that mean? Oh, there was an actual centuries-long ban on Irish language. So there was an actual ban. So they were trying to repeal it like recently. I get it. Yeah. So because of like I was saying, like Northern Ireland hated like Southern Ireland, and if you're from Southern Ireland and you're going to Northern Ireland. There used to be this whole thing where people would get petrol bombed. There's all types of like shit that used to happen back in the day, but now it's not so bad. Like everyone seems to be okay now. Because I mean, to be honest, like the reason why it happened like many years ago is because obviously, you know, the Northern Irish people were technically British. They were the ones, you know, again fighting, and that's why Ireland had I think it was the IRA, because they were trying to fight back to get their country back. That was basically what they were trying to do. Because I mean, like I said, Southern Ireland is with the EU. Northern Ireland, however, is not. Like, I could probably travel to Northern Ireland without a passport, and I would be fine. However, if I go to Southern Ireland, I'm going to need a passport. It sounds stupid, but yeah. Let me take this off. But that's kind of how that worked. I have a few friends in Ireland. That's how I know. Yeah, all Ireland should be its own thing. It sucks. It's still part owned by. That'd have been so funny if I could have gone under there. Like USA and Hawaii, sort of. Yeah. No, I totally agree though. I missed. How did I miss? I think the Sapphire 9070 XT is what I'm selling. Yeah, no, that's fair. Like I said, I think the 9070 XT is still a pretty good card. Eat that. Yeah, exactly. I think the 9070 XT is a good card. It's a very good. It can still do 4K. I mean, it ran Warframe pretty well on 4K. Nolvus harder than Lorem? No. It's a lot easier to. You can set the difficulty yourself. You can set it on easy, medium, easiest setting, hard. You can make it as hard as you want. You don't even have to have like. It doesn't have to be like hardcore sort of. I mean, I wouldn't say Lorem is hardcore, but Lorem is like. sort of difficult. Alright, let me level up. Right, let's go with smithing, destruction, conjuration. Let's go with magicka. Let's go with light armor, conjuration, one-handed, enchanting, restoration. Let's go with enchanting again, destruction, light armor, smithing. Alright, let's go to smithing first. Max is 20, why? That's because of my level. When I level up, it will increase. I could change that in a sense, by the way, but... Oh! Holy shit. Jeez, look at all those perks, I know, right? It'd be even better if I had money to match all of that. I will eventually. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go soon. Dude, get to a fire. You're gonna get frostbite. Nah, we won't. I don't have a frickin' thingy on. I'm good, man. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go soon because obviously it's getting quite dark. But tomorrow I'll be back normal time. It's just that today, obviously, my internet was fucky earlier, so it was just harder for me to stream during like lunch. By the way, this is actually one of the reasons why I don't like streaming at night. Is because I don't have actual lights, so all you're gonna see is this, bruv. This is my lighting. I don't really like... I like, some people say, oh, gaming in the dark is bad for your eyes, and I actually looked it up. That's BS, bro. Biggest load of BS ever. It used to be that way because we had like the monitors and things like that were different, but now like I can't say that it makes your eyesight worse. It actually looks like night there. Yeah, it's like 8 o'clock. Bro, what the fuck? How is it this dark already? Anyway, Fallout New Vegas tomorrow. Drop, before I go, actually, I've got a demo. Oh, in-game. Oh, that's because it is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look, it's like, oh wait. I mean, it's early morning, but still.
Hold your applause.
Think I got a clean
One more
mug around
song.
here
What
somewhere.
say you? Yeah?
All right then.
Sadia, wake up there.
Now, shut your mouth.
Yes, Mum.
Oh, there once was a hero named Ragnar the Red who came
You want a
riding
drink?
to Whiterun from old
Now, please, no more questions.
And the braggart did swagger and brandish.
I thought that was going with the flute for a minute there. Almost. But his voice didn't quite match the, Who are you?
Yes? All right then.
Acceptance for my supper.
Okay. I want to see how much the iron ingots are. If I could buy some iron ingots, I might be able to make some decent stuff.
I don't claim to be the best
What have you got for
blacksmith in
sale?
Whiterun. Jorland Greymane. Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. Stay sharp.
God damn it. Okay. I don't know how I'm gonna do this, bruv. I need to find armor that I can just basically dismantle. But I don't know how I'm gonna frickin' do that, bruv. Ugh. But yeah, so I might, like, after this, I might just quickly load up one of the demos that I installed and see what you guys think. 'Cause what the fuck, Sacred? TMI, mate. TMI, bro.
Greetings, sister.
What are you
You look
talking
weary.
about?
I have some the finest skooma, the sweetest moon sugar, at a fair price, of course.
This doesn't seem legal.
Oh, a snitch, huh? Can't have you running any guards now, can I?
Yeah, congrats.
You're as good as dead. At your best, huh? I can take you.
Eat that. Not more. Eat that.
Stop that!
Eat that. I thought I killed him. Soon, Nesta. Ooh. Let us know how that goes then, Sakrin. Hopefully it goes well, man. Oh, bro. All I want to do, yeah, I'll finally get rid of the life and go do what I was educated to do, to be a bloody electrician. Do you get paid a lot for that? Sakura, maybe you can teach me a few things so I can, oh wait, I'm gonna need a, thingy for that. No, I'm joking. I don't think I want to mess about with electrics. Bro, the funniest thing that I saw in the UK, yeah, this guy was parked in a spot that is for electric cars, and he got slapped with a ticket for parking in a bay that's supposed to be for electric cars.
All for sale at fair prices. Cajitas well.
What have you got for sale?
You have coin. Take a look.
Oh no 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 no.
May your road lead you to warm sand.
Used to work on a 48V system, but not anymore. So, Nestor, maybe you can work on the... I forgot what it's called now. Yeah, I don't know anything about electronics, unfortunately. Are you kidding? You need iron. Yeah, sure, maybe. $35. Let me have a look. What's the other ones I was looking at? It's also 35. That's actually not that bad. Whoa, League of Assassins. Ass. Still ingot. I don't know how to get Soul Hunter. I'm guessing you have to actually learn how to get that. How things are panning out. Well, that's true. The problem is with electric cars right now is when they catch on fire, the fire, well, it's harder to put out the fire for electric cars. Apparently, you can dump the car in a swimming pool for hours.
Give me your money.
And take it out and it can still set itself on fire. I was just like, what the f-
Right now, I'm gonna bloody your nose. No, please. I really don't have any money, Brave.
Like, bruh. That means you have to wait. You have to let it do its thing, bro. That's a dead car, bro. Alright, so you know what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna do this for now. Let's see how well this goes. My game's gonna crash even more now. I bet you any money Nestor's gonna approve now. He's gonna be like, dude, move your camera. Ouch. Does it need certain chemicals to extinguish? Because yeah, I figured that much. That sucks, bro. Don't want to be in an electric car when electric fire goes. Yeah, I feel like this is alright. But on the other hand, I like them. I've never driven one. Are they made with radiation or what? I mean, what's not made with radiation, right? I'm joking. No, it's just cause the electric fires are a lot different. At least that's from what I understand anyway. Like, yo, Cara Styles, how's it going? Welcome in. Especially in electric cars.
I can't wait to get back home.
I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what to say to that, but I got no knowledge of how. I don't even drive cars anyway, especially making the batteries. All I'm gonna say is, like, I've heard about, like, this whole everything uses cobalt, even our phones, lithium. I think lithium is more common than cobalt, I think. Mate, yep. That's true, Nestor. This guy's an idiot. Oh, you have cobalt and lithium everywhere. It's just a mind to bit. Yeah. You make the evil rich companies richer. Bro, here's the thing. Not. Unfortunately, while that might seem the case, it's technically not. Technically, we're not the only one. Even if it wasn't for us, they'd be getting richer anyway. Because who buys it as well? Rich people. Technically, everything is a bitch to mine on an industrial scale because of the chemicals used for refinements of ore. Yeah. To be greener, but they don't tell you what's involved. Can I just be honest? I even think this whole greener concept is bullshit. Like, yeah, I just think it's bullshit. I think it's a bunch of horseshit. Like, there's so many different things about it. Like, I don't know. When you got personally, when you got the scientists that are like there's a 50, almost a 50-50 like when the scientists are also 50-50 on the situation, that's when you know, I don't know if I can trust that, bruv.
We are routed. Fall back. That takes care of that.
As far as learning goes, you want to learn it. Well, yeah, that's true. Sometimes it's good to learn that stuff anyway, because you never know when you're gonna need it. There we go, we have a light. More adept countries. Yeah, but like I said, I'm gonna be honest, like, I really don't know, like, make it more rentable for the future for the wider masses of people. Well, that's true, but like I said, like, I don't know, this whole greener bullshit, I don't know if I buy it. Yo, 2W, welcome in. I usually don't stream this late, but it's because my internet went down earlier. Well, it didn't go down, it was intermittent, up and down, because of maintenance. So, I'm curious, actually. Is there a way of... I do have this, but no. Why 2 screens? So... I've been testing it. It's actually 2. I've been trying to test the best way of doing the shorts screens. It's very it's very weird because I wanted it so that, like, personally, I think YouTube should do this, right? Where if you're watching on a phone, you should be able to tilt your phone like landscape instead of having it portrait, so that the whole screen could be seen. But the problem with that is it doesn't always work out that way. So the other reason for the second screen behind the tiny one is so that if there's any dialogue, sometimes it comes up better on the one at the bottom. But I don't know, I'm thinking about just having like a portrait picture for the shorts instead in the back. Yeah, Sakharin, you do have a good point there. It's to be honest, like
you there. We're looking for someone in Whiterun.
We're still like in the beginning of like the internet sort of stage. Like we've only had internet for like the best part of like near 20 to 30 years. For some people, that's like, that's not that. That's what do you mean? That's quite long. In the grand scheme of things, no. We have been getting more and more technologically advanced, but like this is not quite the pinnacle that it could get to. There's still tons. Open City? Yeah, this is Open City.
You don't really know a woman till you've had a strong drink and a fist fight.
Like, bro, even gaming hasn't even really reached its peak.
The college has been snooping around Sarthal.
In case of Western society don't want to fix it, not now at least. Do you know what? I'm not gonna go into it. That's way too political, bruv. But I get what you're saying, Sakharin. I get what you're saying.
One of these days, I really have to get something that's more comfortable to wear and easier to put on.
Bruv, look at this fucking skirt, man. Every time you move, it's like... The physics are so freaking broken, bruv.
If he comes back here, I'll have to talk with Balgruuf and get that fool cast out for good. Greetings, traveler.
Greetings.
If you're hungry, Hulda has some stew straight from the fire and some mead to sate your thirst.
Thank you. It's been a long day on the road.
I know just what you mean. The journey here was difficult, but the Bannered Mayor is all right.
What brings you to Whiterun?
The gold, mainly. But there wasn't much of a choice before I did. It was either work on a farm and pray the bandits didn't get you, or join the Legion for a life of regimented boredom. As you can see, I chose my own life, and I haven't looked back since.
And what life would that be?
I'm a traveler of sorts. I spend most of my days working at the inn, helping serve drinks and the like. On occasion, some of my other skills are of use. Sometimes it's for my own pleasure, sometimes it's for the gold. Either way, it's my choice, and Hulda keeps an eye out for me.
So you're a wench?
It's kind of dark.
I suppose, but I do more than serve the ale. I try not to drink either. The last time that happened, it caused a fight that spilled into the streets. Even old Balgruuf came down from Dragon's Reach. It was quite a sight.
But you have sex with people for gold.
And?
We're not gonna go into
Safe
this.
travels to you.
How much money do we have?
I'm telling you, I heard it.
I'd like to
howling.
rent a room.
Those werewolf tales are... Sure thing, it's yours for a day. I'll show you to your room, right this way.
All the gold in Hammerfell isn't worth cleaning up another
Oh, the
pool
whole
of
Simpsons. Do you know what? I'm gonna be real, yeah. I love the frickin' Simpsons. 40k worth. Oh wait, Nesta, have you not have you not I mean, I've heard of 40k. I haven't really been into it that much, but yeah. And how much? I mean, I don't have that much gold, bruv. I only have about 100.
Just about done. We'll drive out the stormcloaks and restore what we own.
Yeah, I don't know much either.
Do you know if there's anything else you need?
You want a drink? Now please, no more questions.
Yes, Mum.
Down with Ulfric.
The lore is pretty vast. If you're into sci-fi, read the books. There are tons of novels and stuff. Yeah, there's loads and loads of there's lots of things about Warhammer 40k. It's not my cup of tea personally, but let me see, how much, Alright, I suppose we better... Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I ain't really... I should send you a tomahawk, and made by... Wait, you made a tomahawk? Yo, you should take a picture of it. Put it on a Discord.
Watch what you're doing.
Alright, guys. What I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna leave it right here because my character's cold. You can make anything, mate. You should post it. You should really post it on the Discord. Are you really, Sakharin? You say how much you hate guns in games. Oh, you might like guns in real life. Oh, I don't know.
Shiny trinkets for your good.
But yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave it here, guys.
Come on in. We got
I'm
warm
gonna
food,
leave my
warm
character
drinks, and warm beds.
right in here.
Sadia, wake
Before I
up,
had a
dear.
job, I
Yes,
used to
Mom.
handcraft daggers, obsidian knives, and sold them. Bro, you should keep doing it. If you enjoy it. We actually got someone in the Discord, Dandy. Dandy makes handcrafted stuff and she sells it. You chop wood with shotguns. Yeah, he does. He gets the wood. He goes. Wait, he tried. Yeah. Well, whatever works, bro. I mean, that's what Todd Howard says. It just works. Oh man. Well, today's sprint is much. Yeah. Good luck with that, bruv. Oh, Invector. Wait. Is there any? Changelog. Ah. Never said it was pretty. Well. Anyway. I was gonna do that. I was gonna play that demo, but I might do it tomorrow instead. See how that goes. But anyway, guys, if you enjoyed the stream, be sure to hit the like, consider subscribing if you're new, and feel free to join a Discord. Discord link is down in the description below. Feel free to join, and don't forget to hit the notification bell. I'll let you know when I next go live or when the next video drops. And also feel free to follow me on Twitch as well. But I will be playing Fallout New Vegas tomorrow. I'll be going back to my normal time. Now that I believe the internet seems fine. I mean, I've been streaming for about 4 hours, no problems. But yeah, so Fallout New Vegas tomorrow. Then we got Starfield on Wednesday. Thursday is Cyberpunk. Friday is Skyrim again, but on my main character. And then the weekend, we've got Batman. I'll be doing Batman on the weekends. So yeah, I do different games. I like to do different games. Plus, I think this year as well, there's been quite a few games that have been coming out that is quite interesting. Still waiting on a couple of games to be released. But we'll see how that goes. I'm just trying to think what other... Right, I'm not even gonna lie, I'm just so hyped for Where Winds Beat, bruv. Oh my days. I'm just trying to think, what other... Oh, I've got to add some mods for, what's the name of Batman's brother? You're not talking about Robin, are you? Because that isn't his brother, that's just his sidekick. I don't know if... Did Batman have a brother? Hold on, did Batman have a brother? The most prominent version is Thomas Wayne Jr., a character who appears in alternate reality. He is portrayed as a mentally unstable individual who was born prematurely after his mother, Martha Wayne, was in a car accident and was subsequently confined to an institution due to severe brain damage. The version of Thomas Wayne Jr. was later revealed to have been rescued and manipulated by the Court of Owls, who raised him to believe he was Brain Woose's long-lost brother. He adopted the alias Lincoln March and became a supervillain known as the Anti-Batman, or Owlman. What the What am I reading? I don't remember that. What? Anti-Batman. Owl. How is an owl anti-Batman? Sorry. What? Hold on. Am I missing something? Oh, that's why. It's because owls eat bats. Owlman is from the Owl Society. Owls eat bat. Yeah, I was just like, am I missing something? I didn't know that. He whooped Batman's ass. Bro, this is like. So, Owlman can technically beat Superman because Batman beat Superman. Okay, anyway, do you know what? Allow that. Designed to destroy Batman. Okay. After this, I'm definitely gonna lie down. I'm joking. Anyway. Cheers for tuning into the stream, guys. Ah. Our man is coming in. Anyway, I mean, that's kind of interesting, I guess. In any case, he combats the beast. You don't know how funny that sounds, bro. I'm fucking done. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Fallout New Vegas. You've got Bachelor. Bro, for some reason it's taking me back to the... Wait. Did I click the wrong thing? Yeah, I did. Oh well. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Was there anything else? No, I think that was all I think that's all I needed to say. Oh Jesus Christ. Fucking white. Anyway, see you guys tomorrow. No problem, Nesta. Anytime, bro. Anytime. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take it easy and peace out. See you guys in the next one. And thank you for tuning in.
I don't think so. No offense, of course. I'm just not up for it. Sorry.
Oh, good.
You find a skooma? Oh, a snitch, huh? I'm running any guards now, can I? Well, I
For my work. Bro, you're getting wrecked. I need to keep my stamina up, so I need to stay away from this one. No! Everyone! Teleport everyone! Oh!
Well, that's taken care of.
I haven't seen you before, have I?
Oh, that's so funny, dude.
You picked a bad time to get fucked, friend.